Yeah. That works? Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call this meeting to order. And I think before we adopt the agenda, we're just going to have a moment of silence. So I'd like everyone to rise for about a minute here, if you don't mind. Thank you. Okay, we have an agenda before us. I'm just looking if there's any additions.
Raven Council Administration would like to recommend the following. Under 9 point new business, 9.5.2, substitute returning officer, change of appointment. And under 12, closed session, 12.3, intergovernment relationships, ATIA section 26.
Thank you. Is there any other additions? I'm not seeing anybody. I'm looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. Thank you, Councillor Slipchik. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. I have minutes before you of regular meeting of council, June 10th, 2025. Would someone like to make a motion? Thank you, Deputy Reeves Carson, for making that motion. Any discussion on that, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. We have a special meeting of council, June 17, 2025. Just looking for a motion. Thank you, Councillor Kraviak, for making that motion. Any discussion on that motion? I'm not seeing none. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. All right, we're going to go to 9.2.1.
Morning, Council. Before Council today is presenting or bringing bylaw 1899, amending the master rates bylaw. Administration has prepared an amended master rates bylaw to update Schedule A master rates and fees scheduled for Council's approval. The proposed amendments to the master rates bylaw are outlined in Appendix B and are required to be adopted through amending bylaw. So attached for Council's review is in Appendix A, the bylaw 1891 master rates bylaw, and Appendix B are the proposed changes to the fees. Reference to the strategic plan, Council's strategic plan goal number 1, building a viable and diverse regional economy. There are no cost implications associated with this recommendation, and bylaw 1899 will be posted on the MD's website. you will see that in Appendix B, there's 3 areas, departments that there are some changes. Transportation, waste and resource recovery, and planning and development. We have members of the staff here to answer any questions in regards to those amendments. And administration's recommended action is that bylaw number 1899, being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville, number 87, to amend the master rates bylaw, be given first reading.
Thank you. Just looking for a motion, gentlemen. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Crick, for making that motion. That bylaw 1899 being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville, number 87, to amend the master rates bylaw, be given first reading. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? Yes, go ahead, Mr. Councillor Swaggart.
It was just 2 questions. Travis MJ, what is Travis MJ?
Good morning.
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 Through the Reeve to Councillor Swaggart. So Travis MJ, Travis is actually an acronym, which eludes me right now, but it's the province's permitting system. Say somebody's bringing a piece of equipment from Calgary to one of our sites. They issue the permits. They pay us a fee for roads used. It was always in here, just wasn't identified. It was $15 before. We recently had a meeting with them due to some of the routes that they were giving some of the carriers, as well as some of the bridges that they were using. And they brought up that rate has not been adjusted for a long time. So it was previously $15. And as of November 29th, we're raising it to $25. So then they in turn collect whatever money percentages for our roads. They issue us a check at the end of the year. It is substantial. I don't have the exact number here, though.
So it's kind of a one-time fee of $25 for,
For each piece of equipment or module, whatever they are hauling up here, yes.
and then per day or just a one-time?
Per trip, per the usage, yes.
Okay. And then the document file search, is that like a VoIP thing? Is that what that was for? Document file search per document, $5.
Per document, $5. Oh, it was, Stephanie, do you want to answer that?
Yep.
Okay.
That's the one under planning and development. Because we had
Yes, it is, yeah.
document file search used to just say $5, so we just wanted to add per document. So if somebody's looking for one of their old building permits or something, we would charge $5 per document. It wasn't specified previously.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Scarson.
So for the waste and recovery, you basically went from, I'll let Brad get up. You went from basically just units to weights now, I guess? Is that just for LaCory then, or?
Yeah, through the Reeve, Deputy Reeve Scarson, it's for LaCory landfill once we have the scale in place. So then we will be charging per ton instead of by the size of the load.
That's for anybody coming in there?
Any commercial
Okay.
entities, yeah.
Yeah. So do you get like commercial half tons and 3/4 tons and stuff like that too?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and then, so what's, I guess, to prevent them from going to Ardmore or Theorine or wherever?
If it's a commercial entity, then they are directed to go from any of those other smaller
Oh, so they're not
landfills
even allowed to go to the other places?
That's correct.
Okay, good, yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fadeev.
Yeah, good morning. Deputy Reeve Scarson. It's, a lot of the companies wanted to see like a tonnage rate, so it gives them some numbers as well versus just a truckload, and they weren't sure how much they were putting
Yeah, I
into
get it,
so-
and it's
which is
fine.
good, yeah.
It's
that's
just I
fine.
didn't see on here where it says commercial versus residence, I guess, or whatever, right, so, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Crick.
Yeah, I see that for clean shingles, $80 a ton. And I'm just wondering if that's a little high, or like, you know, we stockpile them to grind them up. Is it, do we have much of a cost involved with that, or is it kind of cost neutral? Or?
Through the reef to Councillor Crick, so that cost is, you know, we're still hoping to be able to use shingles for other purposes. We've yet to been able to find that as other sites. We were just in Lethbridge 2 weeks ago, and they have a giant shingle pile there that they're trying to figure out what to do with as well. So it is cheaper. The rate of $80 per ton is less than the rate of $125 per ton to landfill, into our Class 3 landfill. And so we're encouraging the contractors to bring in clean shingles so that, you know, they're free of the bags of other waste, right, that come from those projects. So we're encouraging them to be clean with a cheaper rate, and then in hopes of using those shingles for another purpose down the road, just like numerous other landfills in the province.
So we don't have a purpose for them yet. We're just hoping that we will find one sometime down the road.
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other questions, gentlemen? If not, I'm looking for a motion. Oh. Yes, Councillor Slipchick? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Slipchick, for making this motion that bylaw number 1899 being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonneville number 87 to amend master rates bylaw to be given first reading. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Nine point 2.2.
Good morning again, Council. This is the 2026 Departmental Business Plan presentation. Administration has prepared the 2026 Department Business Plans to align with Council's strategic plan for information. Business planning is an industry best practice that is utilized to strategically guide and focus efforts on establishing priorities. Council provides a strategic guide to administration with the approval of Council's 2022 to 2027 strategic plan. Departmental business plans are developed to align with Council's vision and to drive efforts for the achievement of Council's goals and objectives. Business planning produces many benefits, both internally and externally. The following list provides some of the significant benefits. Business plans are tools to plan and execute priority work, strategically focus efforts on priority projects, serve as a communication tool within the organization, to Council, and to the community, ensure the organization is working with our political leaders, provides a means to hold administration accountable for the work being performed, provides the basis for annual budget development, generates a culture of understanding where every employee plays a part in departmental achievements. Within each business plan, departmental vision and mission statements have been developed to more closely reflect the department's purpose. However, they remain closely aligned with Council's vision and mission statements. These business plans also include a high-level list of the services each department provides for Council's review and information. And attached in Appendix A is Part 1 of the 2026 Departmental Business Plan presentation. Costs and sources of funding. Established service levels will be reflected in the preparation of the 2026 operational budget and capital plan. And this presentation will be posted on the MD website. So now, if we go into the plan, so Council, the different departments will be presenting their pieces of the 2026 business plan. For corporate services, our business departmental plans has assessment services, financial services, information technology, and occupational health and safety. One subset of the financial services that we have not had prepared is the specifics for asset management. Administration has just hired, and the new gentleman has only been in employment for, I believe, just over a week. So he's getting his familiarity with all of the data and all the work that's been done up to now. So in assessment services, our vision statement is we strive for a prosperous economic future by providing our property owners outstanding customer service in tax, assessment, and insurance coverage needs while adhering to government legislation. We establish an assessment role and a tax role for the purposes of collecting revenue for the annual municipal budget and provide insurance services for the municipality. And our key services that we provide is fair and equitable property assessments, annual tax preparation and recovery, protect the MD assets through insurance and risk management, monitor community economic activity and growth, adhere to legislation, generate stable revenue, risk mitigation of revenue, customer service and information to residents, monitor the provincial assessment model review process, and provide feedback to senior leadership. Two key areas to focus on for the 2026 for our team is Objective 1.6, and our goal is to increase the inspection cycle to 1 every 4 years instead of 1 every 5 years. That's one goal that we're looking to achieve, to make sure that our data in our assessment services software is more up to date. And the second one is to hire accredited assessor to address retirement in 2026. Those are our two key areas. Any questions?
You want to turn your mic on?
I just wonder if we have enough staff to do that, because I can recall not too many years ago that we hadn't done it for like 10 years or more in a lot of locations, so I'm surprised we can get it to 4.
Well, through the Reeve to all of council, what we're looking at doing is seeing what other tools and software may be available in 2026 to assist in some of those re-inspections. One of the tools that is available, and some jurisdictions are using it, is GIS photo overlays, where instead of spending the time to go to properties and quarter sections, we can actually do some of that work right in the office to see what really has changed in any new buildings or on farmland, what's been broken or cleared or what have you. So the goal and the hope is to use other tools and methods to be able to hit more properties in the year. Another area is request for information, where we do mail-outs with the data that we currently have and get feedback on what has changed. And in municipalities, that's actually proven to be a pretty useful tool. So those are some of the areas that we're going to try and leverage to get to the once every 4 years instead of once every 5 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions right now? No? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So now the next one is financial services. Tracy would be presenting the financial services, but she is in the middle of interview, so I will be presenting on her behalf. So for financial services, the vision statements, we are financial trustees providing reliable, accurate, and timely financial information. We provide financial guidance and expertise within the organization to support all stakeholders while maintaining the integrity of the financial records. Key services provided, trustees of financial reporting and statements, aligning the organization with policy and procedure compliance, accounts payable invoicing and the disbursements of funds, accounts receivable invoicing, utility billing, and cash receipting, recording capital and non-capital projects, manage tangible capital assets, facilitate budget preparation and analysis, financial institution liaison, grant funding application management. And 2 items that Tracy wanted to bring forward to council. The focus area for next year is the implementation of new financial software, which the team currently is going through the process of reviewing the submissions through the RFP. So we do know that next year, sometime there'll be an implementation of new financial software. And with that, communicate with all the departments to better understand each other's needs and limitations, especially as we're introducing this new financial software. Questions?
Don't see any.
Okay. The next one is information technology, and that will be Mark.
Good morning, Council.
Morning.
I'm here to present our information technology business plan. So start out our vision statement. The Information Technology Department is a highly skilled and experienced team that leverages technology for the efficient and effective delivery of services to empower our community through digital innovation. We provide innovative, secure technology solutions for a prosperous organization supporting our community. Some of our key services provided are data integrity, business continuity, technical support, systems and data security, procurement and maintenance of IT infrastructure, IT project management, and business process improvement. Any questions?
Councillor Swaggart.
What other organizations do we still support? We had a C2 meeting last night, and there's a bit of discussion about, I think it was maybe it was the new CAO from the town of Bonneville was at our meeting, so we're kind of trying to get him up to speed on certain things, and he asked about IT support, and I said, yeah, we have guys who can help you, but I'm not sure who you support, so.
Through the Reeve to Councillor Swaggart, we currently support the Village of Glendon. We do support the C2 on occasion, but they have a contractor they use. And we support the contractor where needed, just mostly on the switchover. That's been very little recently. And BRFA hired an IT person, so we've been slowly onboarding them as well and helping them out.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions, gentlemen? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning again. I will be presenting for the occupational health and safety for Sherry. The vision statement: we are a passionate team leading engaged employees who demonstrate a positive safety culture. Their mission statement is empowering employees to make safe choices. Key services provided: educate and train workers, advise and support supervisors and all employees, track and analyze injuries, illnesses, and property damage in the workplace, investigate incidents and recommend corrective actions to prevent occurrences, provide and act as health and safety resources, perform an annual audit to maintain a certificate of recognition core, continuously improve and monitor the safety management system, provide workplace compensation board case management, administer the online training program and records through our software Biz Trainer. One area of focus that Sherry asked me to mention to council today is one of the objectives is promote help-seeking behaviors, mental health literacy, which would be the continuation to promote psychological safety in 2026. Any questions?
Thank you. I'm not seeing any, thanks.
Okay, thanks. Next is environmental protective services.
Good morning, Council.
Morning.
I'm here this morning to present Environmental and Protective Services business plans on behalf of Agricultural Services, Public Safety, and Waste Services. I'll start with Ag Services. The vision of Ag Services is that the Agricultural Services Department is an energetic and diverse team responsible for protecting and promoting our agricultural lands. And the mission statement is proactively balancing safe, innovative, and sustainable agriculture and environmental programs now and for future generations. Key services for Ag Services is vegetation management, agricultural protection, education, and enforcement for the public, agricultural equipment rentals, seed cleaning, plant inspection, and licensing. They work collaboratively with local research associations, crop inspections and disease monitoring, pest control, and livestock emergency management. And before I move on to public safety, are there any questions on Ag Services? Okay, seeing none. Moving on to public safety, the vision of public safety. Public safety is a professional and adaptable team committed to promoting safe communities through effective education and enforcement. And the mission statement is to promote safe and secure communities. It's pretty straightforward. Excuse me. Key services from public safety, crime prevention and community engagement, industry contracts and commercial vehicles through education and enforcement, proactive municipal enforcement through bylaws, animal control, education, etc. Traffic safety through education and enforcement, addressing emerging concerns of the community, including emergency management, deployment to injury-related motor vehicle collisions, and also 24-hour alarm response for municipal infrastructure. Any questions on that?
No questions, but I think we're going to have to stop here because I think we have a public hearing at
Okay.
9:30. So we'll just take a 5-minute break and then we'll go into a public hearing. Yeah, welcome back. We're going into a public hearing. Before we begin the public hearing for bylaw number 1897, Highway 2841 Aerial Structure Plan, I would like to announce that this public hearing is being recorded and will be accessible for public viewing. Additionally, I would like to remind in-person attendees who wish to address the public hearing on today's agenda to register your name on the speaker's list at the entrance of the council chambers. I would also like to outline the process to be followed for this public hearing. We will begin with a staff report from administration, who is also the applicant, followed by the questions by administration from council. We will then call upon members of the public who wish to speak in support of the application, followed by those who wish to speak in opposition of the application. Council may ask questions of the public presenter during this time only. Participants will be called on to speak in order that they appeared on the registrar's list. When addressing council, participants must clearly state their name if they are speaking on their own behalf or on the behalf of other persons or group. The MD reserves the right to immediately remove any participants who are continuously disruptive to the public hearing, present in the abrupt manner and or uses inappropriate language. The applicant will have a chance to address and rebut any opposition to their application following which council will have the opportunity to ask questions based solely on the information presented during the rebuttal. Finally, we'll enter any final questions of council's administration before closing the public hearing. May I have a motion to open public hearing? Thank you, Councillor Fadeev. Is our computers up and running still or still by hand? Okay. Any discussion on this motion? I'm seeing none. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, I'm opening this public hearing at 9:43. I'm just looking at administration. Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Administration has been working on a review and update of the Highway 28 and Highway 41 Area Structure Plan to ensure the plan is consistent with the Municipal Government Act, current practices, municipal policies, and community aspirations. Adoption of this ASP will repeal and replace the current bylaw number 1693, which was adopted in 2018. It is standard that approximately every 5 years, a municipality reviews and updates, if necessary, its ASPs to ensure they stay legally compliant with the Municipal Government Act, consistent with regional plans and the Municipal Development Plan, current and effective in local context, and maintain a cohesive and strategic approach to long-term municipal planning. The review and update of this ASP was initiated in April of 2024 with assistance from community consulting firm Urban Systems. The amended ASP draft reflects updates on the following: updating airport information and the name to the Municipal District of Bonnyville Regional Airport, updating plan boundaries to run adjacent with the Moose Lake Area Structure Plan boundaries so there is no longer any overlap between the two plans, and changing the content style and formatting to be consistent with other recently approved ASPs such as Moose Lake, Chicken Hill Lake, Crane Lake, and Highway 55 Area Structure Plans. Following first reading of the proposed bylaw on May 13th, the updated plan information, opportunities to provide perspectives and feedbacks, and the scheduled public hearing information was provided to area residents, landowners, and stakeholders.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to announce that we have no written submissions that have been provided for this agenda package. I have a list before me of the people that are attending this public hearing. Mr. Storsak, Mrs. Versavage, Mr. Versavage, Mr. Lambert, Mr. Versavage, and Mrs. Ducharme. At this time, you're going to have 5 minutes to speak or 10 minutes for a group. Just at this time, I'd like to ask if there's anyone that wishes to speak in support of this bylaw. All right, yes?
Do you want me to go up?
Do you want to speak in support of this bylaw or against?
Well, it's pretty much in support, so.
Okay, we'll come up to,
Except for what I have to say about this, my particular comment, right? So do you want me to?
well, if you're in support, come up. If you're not in support, you'll have a chance in a bit. Okay?
Well, it's kind of both, so.
Okay. Okay, at this time, I'd like to ask for the second time if there's anyone that's in support, wishes to speak in support of this bylaw. And for the third and final time, I'd like to ask if there's anyone that wishes to speak in favor of this bylaw number 1897. Okay, I'm seeing nobody. Again, you have 5 minutes for individual and 10 minutes for groups. At this time, I'd like to ask if there's anyone that wants to speak in opposition of this bylaw number 1897. Mrs. Versavich, come on up.
Okay, good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
It's not necessarily in opposition, right? Generally, the whole package is fine. My concerns were of actually our property, which is on page 30, if you refer to that. It's under BPF Transport, Inc. originally, and Bill and I are the landowners. In that page 30, it's zoned presently as agriculture. And with the Node 3 consideration, things work and things don't work, right? So our ask here to the Raven Councillor and your new CAO is that this land is presently under agriculture, as noted. Our ask is, would you consider a rural and/or industrial commercial easement on that property in lieu of the construction of Highway 28, the twinning of it, for its future, right? So basically what we're saying is the allowance for further future development, which may not be us, but it could be someone else, right, that buys the property. Because as you all know, it's for sale for many years. So I'd like some feedback on that before it is actually voted on, if it's today or in the future, as you bring your whole thoughts to everybody else that may have considerations out there. I noticed that on page 25, there's other agriculture land along that Highway 28 that is zoned for industrial. So rural industrial at that. So I'd like to know the differences between, the future of that. So yeah, otherwise, another, I think the young lady that spoke before mentioned that your whole package here was done by Urban Systems, is that correct?
That I don't know.
Sorry?
I don't know that. Yeah.
It's Urban Systems? Okay. They did a good job, by the way. Because someone was helping me with this, and they thought it was very detailed, which was good to hear, right? I guess in closing, because that's about all my ask is about, that in the future, the considerations of your new CAO, and welcome Ben, Mr. Berlinguet, and the Reven Council. As we all know, it's an election year, so we don't know what the future brings with you all. But the concerns are that whoever you hire as NGOs, non-government organizations, and watch the affiliations that they may have with ICLEI, which stands for International Council of Local Environment Initiatives, and the WEF, World Economic Forum, to make sure that our freedoms stay within our communities. I'm very passionate about that because as times are changing, so is the landscaping changing. And the concerns are, I'm speaking on probably many, many that are behind this. So, yeah. Any questions? I am open to questions about all this. I know we have a meeting on Thursday, which should be noted, on the twinning of that highway at 3 p.m. at the C2 Center, initiated by our MLA, Scott Sear. So the talks are on, and of course, to be informed and know what's going on, I encourage everyone in council to be there as much as possible, Reven Council.
Paulette, who's putting this meeting on?
Sorry?
Who's putting this meeting on? This is the first I've heard of it.
Yes, the MLA, Scott Sear. He's initiating the meeting between the town and all other bodies that are interested in attending, because this is what, you know, it's going to look like from the town aspects, like.
Is that the workshop they're putting together for actually for Highway 28 going through Bonnyville? Is that the same one?
It could be that, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Consider that. It's
Yeah.
from 3 o'clock till 7.
Yeah, I think it's an open house to talk more about the
Yeah.
town and what they're going to do on Main Street with the repainting of the lines and all that stuff.
Everything else probably that goes with that is encompassed with that. So the municipality, I don't know if you were invited or
Well,
noticed.
sorry, Paulette, we're just kind of getting off track here. This is a
Yeah,
public
that's
hearing,
true.
right?
That's true. Okay.
So I'm just going to ask, Councillor Swaggart, if you, hit your mic there. Thank you, go ahead.
Yeah, I just was wondering, have you talked to our planning department, about kind of rezoning, your area?
They just gave me this package. I was able to pick it up here, about a week to 10 days ago. And so.
Well, no, I'm just asking if you've actually talked to them though, because, you've had years that you could have talked to them.
We did, actually. When
So
you
what-
first brought this out, area structure plan was about 2018.
No, that's fine. I'm just curious, because I would think that if you sat down with planning and development, they may give you some good direction on what your options are, to convert ag to industrial at any time. So I don't think
Oh,
you're.
okay.
I don't think
Okay.
you're.
I'm off, right?
I don't think you're fixed tight to this area structure plan.
Right,
I could
right.
be wrong, but anyway, that's my comment.
Thank
I'm
you.
not sure. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Ms. Versavage.
I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to write it out in a formal writing, but this is the best way that I can operate with my, anyways.
It's all good. Thank you. You did a good job. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, at this time, I'd like to ask if there's anyone else that wants to speak in opposition of bylaw number 1897. And for the third and final time, I'd like to ask if there's anyone that would like to speak in opposition of bylaw number 1897. Okay, seeing none, does the applicant have any rebuttal or final questions of administration?
Good morning.
Morning.
I would just like to speak to Paulette's concern about that page 30, about the future land use. So that in Node 3, so those properties within Node 3 are all currently zoned agricultural. There are a couple properties right adjacent to the town boundary that have been earmarked for rural industrial and rural commercial, just for the future use. So if somebody ever wanted to do rural industrial commercial, it would be an easier request to do. However, it's not earmarked into that as well, as Councillor Schweigert had said. And we did pick those properties as they were close to the town boundaries, so they would have an opportunity to maybe be serviced with municipal infrastructure.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, I just looking for a motion to come out of public hearing. Counselor, thank you. Usually it comes up on the screen here. Thank you, Counselor Crick, for making this motion to close the public hearing at 9:57. Any discussion on this? I'm seeing none. All those in favor? So I'm not quite used to saying that either anymore. Thank you. Yeah, I think we're going to take another 5-minute break, and then I think we have a delegation at 10. Okay, thank you. Welcome back. We have a delegation now. I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, good morning, Reeve and Council.
Morning.
I'll just do a quick introduction to Paul here, who is the director of the Alberta CTS Academy. And he's just seeking support today with the Alberta CTS Academy for Bonnyville and surrounding area high schools to students, just to give them exposure to opportunities not available in rural Alberta students. And I'll pass it over to you.
Good morning, Reeve Kolinsky and Council. Thank you for the opportunity this morning. I truly apologize for not being able to be in the room with you this morning. This is our last day of final exams, and it was difficult for me to get there. Unfortunately, you are the only group that I have not been able to be face-to-face with, so I apologize for that. Thank you for your time. I'll just share my screen with you here so that I can walk you through my presentation. I look forward to the questions, if there are any at the end here. Okay. I am the director of the Alberta CTS Academy. It is an organization that it's in its infancy that we are currently working with Alberta Education to advance career education for rural Alberta students. This all started back in November. And in November, I presented at the Talent Development Symposium for the Alberta Chamber of Commerce. It was a room full of about 250 people, many vice presidents and presidents of universities and industry companies, some significant decision makers with the government. And they were talking about where funding should go. I had a chance to ask a question of our guest speaker, and I asked, how many of the people in the entire room had high school CTS credits? And of those 250 people, only 10 people put their hands up. I asked the second question, how many of you have more than 5 credits? And there were none. So from that situation, I presented to the group that it could be the #1 contributing factor to the Alberta workforce challenge in this province. We have high school students that are graduating with not many opportunities to learn about career education or explore options that they might have that don't come in normal or regular courses in school. So who we are, I'm currently a teacher in Southern Alberta in Lethbridge here. I work for the University of Alberta and the University of Lethbridge as an instructor for pre-service teachers. Specifically in career education. I've been researching in career education for the last 15 years across North America, and I am the president of the Career and Tech Education Council for the ATA, which is about 2,000 Alberta teachers. The team that we have assembled so far are 13 Alberta teachers from across the province. I'm currently working with one from Glendon, which is in your general area there. And seven Alberta administrators, and then 23 vocational and professional advisors for this project. The research that I do takes in consideration what the Alberta Chamber of Commerce has presented over the last couple of years here. They have talked about how high school students are not prepared to enter the workforce. We see that about 20% are only prepared. So that's a significant number of students that are not even exposed to possible careers. So we think that our initiative will help with that, especially in rural Alberta. When we take a look at the workforce challenges here in Alberta, we have about 20,000 current empty vacancies for jobs in the province. And the Alberta government's projections over the next 10 years, that number will only multiply up to about 60 to 75,000, depending on the type of economy that happens over the next 10 years. The Alberta High School, Alberta High Schools, we graduate about 70,000 students a year, of which 18,000 of those come from rural schools. And when I mention rural schools, we're talking about schools that have less than 500 students. Over the next 10 years, Alberta will graduate almost 800,000 students. But only out of that 800,000 students, if the trend stays the same, less than 10% of those students will have any career education in their high school career. Now, the Alberta government feels that we've got a significant issue with unemployment rates rising, yet we have lots of job needs requirement. And we think, through our research, the reason for that is the youth is intimidated by the unknown. The youth's unprepared for the jobs that are currently available. And then the youth are also unaware of the jobs that are there. And we think that the Alberta CTS Academy will address all of those factors. The Alberta government has been trying to solve this by building new schools. But when they build new schools, it takes time to build them. And when they do build them, the number of CTS labs that they can actually offer are often very limited. And the pace is far behind the demand here in this province. Now, the impact on rural Alberta, these new schools are mostly built in big centers. Rural areas are not a priority unless they have an aging school. And CTS is even farther removed from that discussion because of the expense of building those labs. The Alberta government has a registered apprenticeship program, which some of your students do participate in. But however, in Alberta, less than 0.5% of high school students are in an apprenticeship program. It's often talked about and how important it is in Alberta, but it does work with a very small group of Alberta students. If we compare that to other places in the world, for example, Scotland, Germany, and Ireland, our registered apprenticeship programs are insignificant. I'm off to Ireland here at the start of July to study their program, of which they have 27,000 students enrolled, and we have about 840 in this province. Rural placements are limited and often very intimidating for students as well. Now, if we compare Germany, we can take a look at this chart here. Half the Germans' population of high school students take vocational or professional training in their high school career. We, with our research, it's somewhere less than 3%. So we have a significant gap there that we are not addressing with career education. We have the announcement of a lot of collegiate institutes around the province. The reality of collegiate institutes are they are very expensive to build. They just announced 16 more on Friday, so we are up to 28 collegiates here in this province. They average about $9 million a school when they build them and then operate them. And currently, when we talk about the first 12, they were only operating with about 1,000 full-time students. So we are working with a significant investment for a relatively small group of students. 8 of those 10 collegiates are based in urban centers, and the 2 that are in rural Alberta are very small and very specialized. So we are talking about a program that the government has poured a lot of money into, but it is not necessarily addressing the rural need. So that's where we come in. The Alberta CTS Academy has a number of solutions for this. You have one document in your package that looks something like this. It gives you the basics of the what, why, when, and how. I'll briefly summarize this all for you, but there is that document you can refer to. Our solution is a combination of working with students, families, partners, high schools, the Alberta Education, the municipalities, the economic development groups in your area, the industrial associations across the province, as well as professional organizations and the Chamber of Commerce. We have partnerships that we are creating with all of these groups in order to make our academy run efficiently in a very short period of time. We have community partnerships, and you'll see your municipality of Bonnyville is on this list. We have been working with a significant number of groups in a very short period of time here. And we are trying to garner a significant support level to illustrate to the Alberta government how we can make this issue, or how we can react to this issue very quickly. We also have a significant number of industry partners working specifically with vocational and some professional organizations in order to make sure that what we're going to offer is relevant and current. And we're also working with the economic partnerships around the province because we recognize the vitality and building capacity within rural areas. So our proposed 12 school areas are on the map here. We have worked with 9 of these groups already, working with getting support from 9 of these groups already. We are looking at capturing hopefully Bonnyville today as well as the last 2 before the end of July. What we've got is a well-placed group of pilot schools that will hopefully be able to work and give us the background to see how positive and how successful this program can be. So what we're looking for is being able to offer rural students with more access to career education. That including the remote students that might be in the far reaches of your own municipality. You can see that we'll be working with high schools less than 500 students, which is about 56,000 students in Alberta. We have a flexible schedule that we offer from 8 till 5 p.m. so that students that have spares or lunchtime, that they would be able to log on with our school and get the virtual education for these career education that they wouldn't be able to get in their normal high school. We would also be able to provide personalized course development. For example, we have courses developed in firefighter management. We have it in aeronautics. We have it in nursing. We've tried to span the entire National Occupation Categorization System, or NOC, in order for students to have access to as many different options as possible. We want to focus on the employability or the soft skills that are being recommended by industry all over North America. We want to expose students to multiple careers and pathways with no tuition fees. So being able to do this prior to a student getting to college or university, where the investment is significant, we want to expose students to as many different opportunities so they can make an educated choice when they move on to those post-secondaries. We want to help students increase their confidence pursuing post-secondary and also more confidence in seeking employment, even if they choose not to go to post-secondary. Now, the impact on the partner schools, we find that a lot of schools are a little hesitant because they consider us a competitor. And what we're trying to communicate to communities is that we're not competing at all with your students. What we want to be is an extension of the current school that those students go to, being able to offer them much more opportunity and much more options. This would allow students to be educated in a variety of areas and allow teachers within those smaller schools to focus on their specific core specialty rather than trying to teach a career education course off the side of their math or social studies desk. The academy will not draw any school funding at all. The student that earns credits will earn credits for their own high school. They will graduate out of their own high school, and what we are is an extension of the current high school that they attend, keeping those students within their community. Now, the impact on the community is that the rural students will be provided with CTS education. It'll allow it to build mentorships and capacity within their own community. It'll allow the rural communities to increase their resiliency and the importance of regional growth, giving opportunities and showing what opportunities are there for their youth. We will also be working with Indigenous communities with the advantages of all of the other ones we've mentioned already, as well as considering traditional or cultural aspects that they may want included in their education. The second document that you have in front of you is the advantages of our school added to your community. I would refer that to you, which is a bit more in detail than what I've been able to go over with you today. I just wanted to illustrate the types of courses that we would be offering. In our first year, we'll be able to offer 195 introductory courses. And in our second year, we'll be able to expand it to over 510 intermediate and introductory courses in all the areas that are scrolling above your screen here. Now, this daily instruction, meaning that they would log on with us daily, we would be able to work one-on-one with those students, and we'd also provide multiple in-person visits to your area. We have a team of 4 to 6 teachers that would come up and help students find those work placements so that they can have that hands-on experience, especially when the schools don't have those opportunities within their buildings. We've established relationship with local businesses, or hope to. We would connect with industry professionals in your region, as well as employment opportunities for those students. This will allow students to learn lots about different Alberta career opportunities, specifically within your region, but across the province. And we would also be partnering with the Alberta Chamber of Commerce Job Fair. The third document you have in front of you is all of the courses that are available to high school students currently. We have expanded this to about 1,200 credits when we include firefighting and some of the more specialty areas. So that's the third document, just to show you the breadth that we can offer to your high school students. What we're asking for from you today is an endorsement to the Alberta government. We have currently an application on their desk specifically for this academy to be funded by Alberta Ed. And the more municipalities and towns that we can get on board shows the importance and the relevance to your community that this possibly could bring. We're asking that if you have an opportunity to advocate for the project within your community as well as provincially with regional leaders and provincial leaders. We'd ask for your community networking, whether we are connecting with your chamber group or your economic development group. It's difficult for our small team to know exactly where the positions might be available in your community. So we hope to be able to network with those groups as well. We would look for suggestions potentially within your own municipality workforce and a recruitment of regional partners, because you know where your regional partners and champions are way better than we would. And that would streamline and also make our job that much easier. And the last thing is to spread the word. The next time that you happen to be in a group of business owners or provincial leaders or industry leaders, that you say, have you heard of the Alberta CTS Academy? And if you haven't, here's some information, and this is the best way to support that. Thank you for the opportunity of presenting today. I like I said earlier, I wish I was in the room to be able to have more of a personal touch to this, but I'm open to any questions if there are any.
All right, great job. I have some questions here. Councillor Fadeev.
Hey, good morning, Paul. Again, thanks very much for taking this initiative. There seems to be a real appetite towards not going to school for engineering or anything like that. So again, couple of kids I know. One went into the RAP program, and he's going to be a heavy-duty mechanic. The other one is going to be going to school as an electrician, and that's really positive, and they're happy about it. They're also talking to their friends and looking at some of the debt load that these other kids are carrying. These kids come out, they go in there for school for 2 months, they come out of there and they're making money right away, and they're not a burden. And also these other kids, it's so competitive when they come out that a lot of these kids, struggle with an education to get a job. So, kudos, good on you guys for doing that. You've mentioned Bonnyville, but I didn't hear any talks about engaging with the Coal Lake High School. Our RMD, or I guess our biggest population surrounds the town of Bonnyville and the city of Coal Lake, and just wanted to see what's happening with that end of it. And yeah, for sure, we're so far behind as far as the province. Go ahead.
What we would do is partner with the entire school divisions within the region. For example, Glendon High School even, which is a tiny, tiny school of, I believe it's about 40 or 50 high school students. So we are not opposed to working with the whole region. When we presented this to the Alberta government, we wanted to make sure that they recognized we had a set group of piloted schools, but we would expand past that as quickly as possible to give the whole region that you have there. Because the farther you get away, obviously, from Bonnyville, the farther you get away from some of these opportunities. So we wouldn't restrict any school that would be interested in working with us. We look to work with all of the smaller regional high schools.
Again, yeah, thanks. Again, I can't say enough how important this is. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Reid.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I have probably 100 different questions asked, but I think that this is a pretty fantastic program myself as well. I've always said that these kids, they all have different goals in life, but they all have to take the same path to get there, which is just wrong in my opinion, right? So if we could teach them what they want to be, or, you know, help them to get to those paths differently, that'd be perfect. So would these kind of go in line with the core subjects that are like, so it'd just be kind of option periods, I guess? Is that what the
Right.
idea is? And then,
Right, and, sorry.
yeah, and then, because I thought I seen that the Bonneville Centralized High School, I'm guessing that's the one you have on there, has already announced something that they're doing this. Is that right then for next year or no?
No, what we've done is we have connected with some school boards, but we have waited to connect specifically with school boards because we wanted to make sure the municipalities were in support. Without the municipalities' support of potential networking, it's very difficult for the high schools to have that extension. So we thought we needed to get the approval of municipalities and towns as well as economic groups. And now we'll be reaching out, once we've done this presentation, we'll be reaching out to the school division and explaining that we are not in competition, that we're 100% in partnership, and we will take no funding from your group. Your kids will be like they are at Bonnyville or Glendon High School or whatever school they'll attend. They're in those schools, and we are just providing instruction to those schools.
Yeah, so I mean, again, I think it's an awesome idea, and I know you'll have my full support for sure. And I hope it works out because, like I said, I think some of these kids are just, I don't want to say school is a waste of time for them, but it needs to be better, right? For sure. So.
Right.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Fadeev again?
Yeah, just, you know, what things we keep hearing from industry and our business stakeholders, just the lack of skilled employment. And I think they have to have the options from the school district to at least engage these kids for 6 months, a year, or 2 years, prior. I'm originally from Belgium. My niece, she wanted to be like a news reporter, so they started her in grade 10. And the credits were there, and then by the time she graduated in grade 13, she had a full-time job, and off she went. And we really need that here, and our businesses need it too.
Thank you.
Councillor
And that's
Crick.
what we're hearing across the province.
Councillor Crick, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Great job. And I agree too that it seems very important. I have two questions. The first one is, would homeschoolers be able to access these kind of courses as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
We would have, our teaching staff would be fully certified Alberta teachers, but we wouldn't limit it to just public school. We have an extension into the Catholic school boards too, and to the private sector, or the private school boards as well. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And then second question is, you talked about no funding coming from the schools or anything, but you're wanting a letter of support to get funding from Alberta Education. What is the level of funding you're looking for?
We're looking for Alberta Education to fund us as what we call a pilot school. It would be a 5-year program that would show the viability and success levels that could possibly be there. We want them to see us as a standalone, that they need to separately fund us so that we're not impacting other schools. It being public education, we think it's important that Alberta Education funds us as if we were any other school.
So what is the level of funding, like the dollar figure?
I see. Initially, we would be somewhere between $2.5 million for travel, teaching staff, the virtual setup, tech support. We also would have partnerships with simulators, for example, heavy-duty machinery simulators that we would turn over every 2 years and leave them behind in some school because we'd want to stay current. So potentially Bonnyville might be able to get a simulator that would be heavy equipment or a crane operator or something like that. So our budget's somewhere between $2.5 and $3 million, depending on the extent and how big we grow.
Thank you.
Councillor Fadeev?
Sorry, one more question. Regards to the Francophone schools, I know I was at a graduation, And so their career advisors are a little more active on their part. I don't know if that's because it's federally funded, but I met a kid that was in grade 11, and he has his part A and B on his class 4 power engineering already in grade 11. So by the time he's going to be done in grade 12, he's going to be pretty well full on board, except for getting STEAM time, and I think that's what they're looking for. So if there's a program that will get credits for these kids going to a, like an energy company and getting credits, that helps them and that helps us as well. So I don't know how that's tied in with your program.
Yeah, we would be able to do something very similar to that as well with the Francophone community. We have 2 teachers that would be able to do it in bilingual, in French. We actually have a Spanish teacher as well that's able to do it in bilingual Spanish.
Thank you. Councillor Slipchuk?
Yes, so you said the numbers were like 2.5 million to, what was the max there? You figure, and this is for throughout Alberta to do this?
3 million, 2.5 to 3 million.
And that would cover throughout Alberta?
Right.
So we always
with
talk
growth-
about investing in our youth. Well, this is a perfect way to do it. And I believe, I'm sure everybody's in support here of this, and I believe this is something we have
Just
to
to
be
give you a-
doing and thinking out of the box.
To give you a little background on the money, we are hopeful with that money to be somewhere between 700 and 800 students accessing with that funding. If we exceed that, what we hope to do is open up a second campus and work. I think as we grow, we're going to have to grow as well. So,
Thank you.
but we can work with 700 students initially.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor, sorry, you're good. Deputy Reeve Scarson?
Yeah, so is there any opportunity to partner up or join up with like some of the smaller colleges so that it's a quick path from high school right into the, wrapping it up in a Portage College or a Lakeland College or something like that?
Yeah, we've started some discussions with a couple of the colleges, the Red Deer Polytechnic already, and Olds, but that's not to say that we couldn't do any college that wants to communicate or partner with us. We would be open to. We're such a small group, and this is all volunteer time still with us teachers that we haven't made those contacts, but we think we'll have success because we've had some success with Red Deer Polytechnic and Olds already. So yes.
Yeah, and we can go offline. We can definitely get you some contacts for some of the schools around here that are kind of trying to do the same thing, right? So.
And we don't want to duplicate, which is great. We want to show that anything that is not available, we want to try to offer.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you so much. Great presentation. Go Pronghorns, go.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Paul, for your innovative approach to opportunity. It's very exciting. So, administration recommendation action is that council accepts the presentation by Alberta CTS Academy on their additional career exposure initiative as information, and furthermore approves sending a letter of support to the Government of Alberta expressing support to the Alberta CTS Academy initiative.
We should have asked him, maybe does he have a template that he likes to give everyone to send, or is that something we have to come up on our own?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I was just saying that, does he maybe have a template letter that he likes to send to everyone to make sure we cover off all the right points, or?
Yeah, to the Deputy Reeve Scarson, I will see what format that he's using and definitely mimic that as we send it out, and we will send it to the Ministry of Education specifically.
All right. Councillor Fadeev?
So we're sending this right to the minister itself then?
Through Councillor Fideo, yeah, I will reconnect with Paul and just make sure that it's going the channel that the rest of the letters are all going.
Okay.
All right, would someone, sorry, Councillor Crick, you have a question?
Yeah, I'd just like us to include in the letter, I did ask the question about homeschoolers accessing that funding. So according to his numbers, they're 2.5 million to 3 million for 700, 800 students. That's about 3,750 per student per year, according to my math. So, and I know homeschoolers, and I know this from personal experience, get about $1,600 from the government per year. which is significantly lower. It's about a fifth of what the public school students get. So I just want to make sure that this would include that, if we can just kind of have something in the letter that says that homeschool students would be included, able to access these things. I think it's a very great initiative, and I think, like, especially for rural Alberta and our area where there's lots of trades needed, I think it's great. But I just want to make sure everyone has access, not just people that are enrolled in a school.
I'm pretty sure you asked him that question. He said they would be. Oh, go ahead.
He said public, Catholic, and private, but he really didn't nail down the homeschool community. So
I thought he did. My mistake. Okay, would someone like to make a motion? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kraviak, for making this motion. The council accepts presentation by Alberta CTS Academy on their additional career exposure initiative as information, and furthermore approve sending a letter to support to the Government of Alberta expressing support for Alberta CTS Academy initiative. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? Yes, Councillor Fadeev.
Yeah, I don't think anybody gets the money. I think it's for them and like it's them teaching it, so anybody can come there. So no area gets their money. It's whoever's on or wants that training can contact them. So there's no funding for this or funding for that. It's just funding for themselves. And as they're doing it on a volunteer, I guess, process, that shows a lot, that these teachers are actually coming out there and spending their own time doing this. So, yeah.
Thank you. Count, you're good? All right.
Reeve, just
Yep.
quickly here, if we could just amend that to say the Ministry of Education as opposed to the Government of Alberta.
Sure. Everybody okay with that? Sure. Mike? Okay, thank you. Okay, any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? I'm seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Sorry, all those in favor? Carried. Right. Let's skip that for now. Let's go to 9.3.1 for now.
You still have.
Oh, yeah. I was just gonna wait for a bit. Yeah, that's,
Reeve and Council, if administration can recommend, if we can complete, if you wish, the business plan presentation.
okay. I think we should do a motion to, okay, good, let's just go with this. I'm lost on my screen here. Thanks, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. This will be quick.
No problem.
Just finishing up the business plan presentation for environmental and protective services. And the remaining section we have is waste services. All right, the vision of waste services. The Waste Services Department is a leader and innovator in waste reduction and diversion for our future generations. And the mission statement is to pursue a sustainable environment through waste reduction strategies and stewardship. Key services provided by Waste Services: front-load waste and recycling collection, curbside waste collection, Class 3 waste landfills, Class 2 waste transfer stations, waste diversion programs, roadside cleanup program, agricultural plastics recycling program, maintenance of landfills and bin sites, public communication and education, clearing of roadway hazards and illegal dumping, and finally, school presentations and tours. And those are the key services for Waste Services. Any questions?
Yep, go ahead,
Do
Deputy
you
Reeve.
currently do school tours?
So I've got Brad here who can come up and be more specific about exactly what's happening with the school presentation. Come on up, Brad.
Yeah, through the Reeve to Deputy Reeve Scarson. Yeah, In the fall, typically I do school tours for about 200 kids from classrooms. A few schools in Bonnyville have reached out, and a few schools in Cold Lake have reached out as well. So grade 4 classes specifically come for, I go to the school and do a presentation to their classes, and then they come for a tour of the Ardmore landfill.
Okay. Yeah, good. I mean, obviously, there's so much more to landfills now than there was 20 years ago, right? That it really does involve a lot of education to help do it properly, right? So that's good.
Counselor Swaggart? Just hit your,
Is Ardmore School, am I on?
no, just hit your button. Yep, there you go.
Yeah, Ardmore School, have you done them recently? Like,
Through the reef to Councillor Swaggart, no, I have not.
oh, okay. Any
It's
reason
probably
why?
been about 5 years since I did Ardmore
Oh,
School.
okay. The other one was the EPR, well, anyway, you'll get back to Ardmore, right? Or why not do grade 4 in Ardmore? Is that a trick question? I'm not sure.
No, not a trick question. I mean, I had invited them to
Oh,
go to the school at the
didn't-
time, and then they just didn't continue on with
Okay.
inviting me back, so.
Anyway, the trick question was the EPR program. That's happening here or is that happening starting kind of this year here with kind of different collection schemes and stuff? Or what will that mean to Ardmore, Fort Kent?
Through the reef to Councillor Swaggart's question there, it doesn't change anything for the recycling collection for any of our communities. So we continue on offering the exact same service.
Okay. Yeah, well,
and
thanks.
for the same products, and yeah, we're under contract until for the existing contract until September 30th of 2026.
Okay, and it was probably a personal thing actually, because I mean, you come to the hamlets and you collect their waste every Tuesday or whatever, and some people make use of it and it's great, right? And I just was thinking that with the EPR program, I wouldn't have to have a garage full of stuff that I haul to Ardmore because, we'd be collecting all that stuff eventually, but maybe down the road, I'm not sure, right?
Yeah, so in regards to that question, the legislation does state that any household that had curbside waste collection prior to the fall of 2023 would receive curbside recycling collection. However, in our municipality, all of those residents already have depot recycling collection with Fort Kent and Ardmore. And so they already fall under our existing depot collection contract, and so we're already being compensated for that. So actually, I'm in conversation with Alberta Recycling Management Authority right now to determine whether or not we need to go to a curbside recycling system, or if we just continue with our depot collection system for the PPP products.
Okay, well, that's fine. Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning again.
Morning.
I'm here to present the business plan for planning and development. So our vision statement is we foster thriving communities by providing positive engagement through collaborative planning and development initiatives. And our mission statement is to coordinate the responsible development of a vibrant and sustainable municipality. With our key services being provided is customer service, education and engagement, development and safety codes permitting, regulatory compliance, land management and planning, as well as GIS support and training for all departments.
Thank you. Any questions? Just one. No?
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we have one.
I tweaked on the GIS support and training for all departments. I think it would kind of be nice to have council also trained on how to use the online mapping systems that we have that kind of give us maybe a deeper look at things when we get questions from folks or whatever, but.
Sure, absolutely. Yep, we can work on that for sure.
Great question.
Okay.
Councillor Fadeev.
Yeah, I think they're always open to getting training. I got training from Shannon about 2 years ago, and she took the time and went through it also. Anybody that wants to, it's not that it's not open, right? But, you know, I know Shannon's not here, but we have a gentleman that's just equally as capable of doing that. And yeah, it was very informative. Took about 15 minutes and it was good.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks.
Good morning again, Council. So that concludes the first part of the business planning presentations to Council. The next one will happen at the next Council meeting, which will also include economic development. So at this time, Administration's recommended action is that Council accepts the 2026 Departmental Business Plan presentations for corporate services, environmental and protective services, and planning and development as information.
Thank you. Looking for a motion, gentlemen. Thank you, Councillor Slipchuk, for making this motion. That Council accepts the 2026 Departmental Business Plan presentations for corporate services, environment and protective services, and planning and development as information. Any discussion on this? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Council.
Great job. What do I have? We need some motions on that public hearing, I think. So just looking for a motion. We're done? Ah, yeah, we're done. Sorry. 9.3. Gotcha. 9.3.1. I didn't think I got them done.
Good morning
Sorry.
again.
Morning.
We have 4 RFDs, so the first 2 are for equipment purchases. I brought Jesse Shekup, one of our supervisors, also is very involved with any equipment purchase, so he's going to present the first 2.
Thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
So I'd like to present some requests for decision here. So Infrastructure Services is asking council to fund the unbudgeted capital purchase of an excavator mulching head to aid in the MD road brushing program. So Infrastructure Services is looking at innovative initiatives to assist in the operations of the department. Brushing vegetation away from the roads allows to dry more quickly when wet, improves visibility for drivers, improves snow removal operations, and lessens the issues of trees falling on the roads. The MD has an annual brushing program that removes trees and shrubs from the road allowance to aid in the functionality of the roadway. Currently, a majority of this program is contracted out to an external source. Infrastructure Services believes that this program could be self-performed if the proper equipment was purchased. MD crews would perform the brushing operations in-house, thereby reducing operational costs of tendering out this program while keeping the MD crews busy during non-peak operational periods. Infrastructure Services has received some budgetary quotes for this equipment, and if approved, will procure the equipment as per MD procurement policy. So costs and source of funding for unbudgeted expenditure of $100,000 to be funded by cash flow reserves. Administration recommended action would be that council approves the unbudgeted expenditure of $100,000 for the purchase of a new excavator mulching head to be funded by cash flow reserves.
All right, thank you. Councillor Fadeev.
Yeah, I know in the past we've tried doing our own mulching, and I remember a couple of years back, you know, we ruined a drum because we caught onto a barbed wire, and which happens, and we caught about a quarter mile of wire on the spool, and it wrecked the tumbler itself, and it cost wasn't $100,000, if not more, to replace that. So you know, that's why we went towards the contractors, and you know, they're a little more careful, I think. So, not saying that it can't happen to them, but we don't see those costs. So I'm just not entirely sure we should be doing this ourselves. I think the contractor have been doing a good job, unless they haven't. And I'm just asking the question: if are they doing a poor job? Are we not watching them? Why are we going this way?
Okay, thank you. Would you like to answer that?
I could answer some of that through Reeve to Councillor Fideo. We've been finding, when you have a contractor out, the public relations, the contact with people isn't as positive as if we were doing it ourselves. So we'd be we'd be more involved with reaching out to residents, communicating what's going to be happening, why we're doing it, how it's doing it, versus if a contractor comes in, he says, I'm there to do a job, right? So we'd find we'd be able to communicate more. Right now with our subcontractors, you're speaking about fences, rolling up fences. We actually go in before a subcontractor to remove old fences so that doesn't happen. Because the costs of a subcontractor removing barbed wire fences is an unbelievable cost for the amount of work. So it's something we're already doing anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Fideo, would you like to?
Yeah, just, I mean, the subcontractor should be the one talking to the residents to begin with. I mean, I think DMD is the ones that are putting it out. They should be, engaging with with our stakeholders. And we're not asking, like, the stuff that happened in the past, we're not removing fence lines. We were just going along, and there must have been some old wire that was hanging around, right? So, again, I don't see where we would save money in anything here, so.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Scarson, then Councillor Kraviak.
You know, I'm just a little curious as to why is this coming up in June? You know, right in the middle of the summer that you need all of a sudden to do your own mulching? Did something happen, or why are we getting away from contractors? And for this one, this is a two-parter, I guess. For this one and the next one, when you say cash flow reserves, do you mean the equipment replacement program? Because isn't that what that fund is used for as well?
So through the Reeve to Deputy Reeve Scarson, and further to Councillor Fideva's point before, if we self-perform this work as we did in the past, we have more lateral movement on what we can do as far as the detail of brushing. When we put out an RFT, it's pretty rigid. If there's any changes, it has to go through a change order and so on and so forth. As far as the equipment itself, it was at one time on the ERP. We are visiting that, and there may be some monies that was set aside, working with the finance department on that. We're just erring on the side of caution here by asking for the full amount of $100,000. There may be half of that amount in the ERP, but just wanted to put the full price of it for this RFD.
So how often are you finding that you have to pivot and tell, what do you mean? Like you have to pick a different ditch for them to go do? Or, I mean, if you tell them this is their job and they go do it, why aren't they doing it? Or why do you have to change it?
So we do try and accommodate our ratepayers. Some people like the aesthetics of trees. If it's not affecting our drainage in the ditch, we have that ability to, stay further back. Or if there is trees in a ditch that is affecting our drainage, we can take it out. You could argue that any tree impedes drainage, but if it's not impeding, positive drainage and getting the result we want, then we have that ability. We just to clarify, we do brushing on our own. Just the majority of it currently has been subbed out. There's also the issues of identifying the amount of rocks that are in the ditch. I mean, the agricultural community, when you pick rocks, you put them along the ditch line, right? And sometimes there was no way of seeing all the rocks there until they dig into it, if you will. And so then they're asking for extras and so on and so forth. So.
All right, thank you. I think we have Councillor Kraviak, then Councillor Scarson. Sorry, Swaggart.
Through the Reeve, thank you. Yeah, we had some contractors mulching in my area. There was issues with fence wire being broken, trees on the fence lines. I had 4 complaints from residents regarding the mulching by contractors. And there was one issue where there was flooding because the culvert was plugged. So the MD staff had to go and clean cleaned up the ditches that they left a mess in. So I support this very much.
Thank you, Councillor Swager.
Yeah, I think it's a great initiative, and I was surprised we started contracting it out in the first place, but because I'm getting complaints from residents that contractors are coming in and leaving messes and plugging culverts, and then we're stuck cleaning up the mess. So I'd be more in favor of us doing it. And as you mentioned initially, there's staff that maybe have they're driving grader or whatever, and then they run out of work in the winter or in the summer or in the spring, and they're you're looking for work to keep these guys working. So why not use these guys to do mulching crews and that sort of thing. So I think it's a great initiative, and I think it's the way to go.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Slipchick, then Deputy Reeve, and then Mr. Kraviak here. Okay, go ahead.
Currently, what have we been averaging in miles of brushing being done yearly?
To read to Councillor Slipchick, in our subcontracted portion, I believe it's 22 ditch miles.
Okay. So do you believe with our own mulcher, we could do a lot more of that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, because I know there's a lot of roads that are still need to be taken care of, and I believe this is good for us to do. And as they'll know what they're doing, because they know, the contract's not going to care about a bunch of trees going to plug a culvert. They're not going to look after it. They're just going to do it. They're going to take care of their own, and I support this. That's all I have to say right now.
Part of the restriction with an RFT as well is you have to put a start and you have to put a completion date. This would allow us, like Councillor Swaggart said, to do it through the winter. When it's snowing, we're very busy. There are periods where, it doesn't snow for 10, 15 days. If we had the proper equipment, we're not limited. We can do it in the winter. It's probably better to do it in the winter. That's when you can do all your burning a lot more safely and so on.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Scarson, then Councillor Kraviak.
Yeah, I just want to go back to, this should be happening with anyone that we're doing contract work with. So you're just sending them out and hoping they do a good job? Do we not inspect jobs after we're done, or do we just sign checks over? I don't understand, because if you're paying someone to do something, they should be doing it to completion no matter what they're doing. So if they're not doing it properly, why are we paying them to do that?
Through the Reeve to Deputy Reeve Scarson, again, they are meeting the requirements. We talked about some plug culverts and causing flooding. May not necessarily be accurate. We didn't, definitely when you leave, I think our spec is 3 inches or so of mulch. When you leave that much in the ditch, it doesn't improve drainage. So if any of it gets carried with the spring runoff, it aids in plugging off culverts even more. So that's basically what it is. We can't say they have to strip it to remove all the mulch either. That would be very cost prohibitive. So a balance is what we're looking for. So yes, we monitor our contractors. Part of the problem we had last year is they come and go. They have to cut the trees down during bird nesting. So they get them all down and then they move away, do some other jobs, and then come back. That causes some other issues as well. We would intend to do it, as we do a mile, we finish that mile completely from start to finish.
So then obviously this, buying this piece of equipment actually it's going to be more than 100,000, because now we have to employ people to do it, right? So I don't understand, when are you going to have people that are available to do this work, and how often do you expect to be doing it on your own?
Through the Deputy Reeve Scarson, we had this similar equipment a year ago. We sold it last year. That's why we were looking on the ERP on where these monies were put aside for it. We have the people in-house that are capable of operating this equipment. It's a attachment for our excavator, this mulcher that we were talking about.
Yeah, but I'm saying, how often do you expect to be able to use it? Do you have guys sitting around that often that are able to just go and do this work?
Depending on snowfall in the wintertime, we have guys that we send out brushing, but that's with chainsaws and so on and so forth. Very, it's not efficient as far as if you have a whole half mile to do at a time. This would speed things up a lot and get the desired result.
So it's not to replace the contractor, it's to work with or in lieu of, because they don't work in the winter?
I would foresee that we would take this budget item back to internal. Yes, we would do it ourselves. So we already have a mulcher for a skid steer that we use quite often. That coupled with this mulcher on a excavator, we'd be able to do this similar work to what they're doing.
And why did we get rid of it last year?
You can speak to that.
So the mulcher that we previously had was a very new model at the time to excavator mulchers. It couldn't handle the work we were doing. The way it was set up with a direct drive, we kept breaking shafts. They've come a long ways with mulch heads now, and they've put a lot more technology in them. And I reached out to other municipalities that are doing the same kind of work, and went and visited them with the brands they're using and the amount of downtime that they have. They're now down to virtually minimal maintenance on a mulch head compared to what we had with our old one, where we didn't have any luck with.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kraviak?
Yeah, through the reeve, thank you. All right, after all this discussion, I want to make a motion for option 1.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kraviak, for making the motion that council approves an unbudgeted expenditure in the amount of $100,000 for the purchase of an excavator mulching head to be funded from the cash flow reserves. Any discussion? I see Councillor Fadeev. Oh, I'm sorry. I shut you off. Councillor Fadeev and then Councillor Slipchuk.
Yeah, thanks. I guess my experience with contractors has been a lot different than my council members. I've had, very good experiences with them. Done about, I think it was about 4 miles. And they've, worked really well with the people there. They wanted the trees in front of their place up, and, I think we did a great job engaging them, and it was great. You are right about the rocks. One of the roads that I had should be renamed Rocky Road, because it was pummeled full of it. But again, I've had the other way of an experience where we went down to the gravel pits by Cherry Grove, and we brushed it, and I've had like trees that were probably 4 or 5 feet in length, sitting there for a long time before I called and got management involved of cleaning it up. It was less than ideal. So again, I'm sitting on the other fence. From my experience, the contractor did a better job. So I don't know if that's changed. I don't know, but that's just what I'm sharing.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Slipchuk?
I just got one question. What's the lifespan of these mulchers? Lifespan?
Lifespan of these right now are anywhere from 10 to 12 years is the municipalities I've been talking to. They've been replacing theirs every 10 to 12 years.
So 10 to 12 year lifespan, we can do a lot more mileage if you're internally. I think we'll have a better relationship with our residents. I'll support this.
Okay, Councillor. Yeah, you gotta hit the button. Yeah, that's okay. Councillor Swager?
Too many.
Yep.
No, I just think that we, trust our director, and if he didn't think it was a good idea to do it in-house, he wouldn't be bringing this forward. And I think we do have staff that can do the work, and we can do a much better job at following up with the work we're doing. So I'm totally in favor of it.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Scarson.
Yeah, I'm not really in favor of it, to be honest, but it sounds like it'll pass regardless. I think we should be pulling this money out of the equipment replacement program, though, not out of cash flow reserves. That's exactly what it was intended to be used for, right? So we're replacing a piece of equipment. That's where it should be from, so there you go.
All right, my question, oh, sorry, Councillor Fadeev, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, just what happened to the other, we just sold it off. We found that it was just breaking down too fast, and then, so we found no need to replace it back when it broke down, or just the question?
To the reeve, I cannot answer. I can answer why we sold it. I don't know where from the ERP. We're looking into that right now.
So we're, So we're anticipating of creating, I guess, more clearing than 22 miles if we take this like on our own hands?
Through the reef to Councillor Fadeev, yes, or similar.
Okay, I'm writing that down.
Yeah, fair enough. So we do our own as well.
We do, I know
We're
that,
not totally
for
out of
sure.
this.
Yeah,
We're just trying to get the more suitable equipment to do it more efficiently.
We're still gonna hire the odd contractor to do some brushing or not? Like if we get this head, we're doing it all our own? Is that what you're saying?
That would be the goal, yes,
Eventually or right away?
for next year.
For next year? Okay. Any other questions, gentlemen? All right. I'll call for the vote. I think you made the motion, yes? Thank you, Councillor Kraviak, for making this motion. The council approves an unbudgeted expenditure in the amount of $100,000 for the purchase of an excavator mulching head to be funded from the cash flow reserves. Any discussion? I know you wanted to change that. Would you like to change that? Do we have money in the?
ERP, yeah, 40 million bucks.
If I may, Reeve and Council, we can look into that and clarify that we have the right amount in the right GL code.
Okay, well, we'll keep it the way it is right now then. Thank you. Any other discussion, gentlemen? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 9.3.2.
Okay, so our second request for decision is Infrastructure Services asking council to fund the unbudgeted capital purchase of an oil distributor in aid of repair and rejuvenation of cold mix roads and dust controls. So Infrastructure Services is looking at innovative initiatives to assist in the operations of the department. As the MD has approximately 680 kilometers of cold mix roads and a substantial number of cold mix dust controls, annual maintenance on these types of services is critical to the longevity of the road. Currently, operations have the department hauling out pre-mixed cold mix from a stockpile at the MD yard, where the material is then placed, spread, and packed. The department believes that if we had a method of hauling the cold mix oil to the location and mixing on site, production could increase, especially for jobs when existing material just needs a splash of oil to rejuvenate a stretch of cold mix. If the road has sufficient material to work with already, this would potentially expedite the repair as the material would not need to be hauled from the MD yard. Infrastructure Services has received some budgetary quotes for this equipment. If approved, we'll procure the equipment as per the MD procurement policy. So the cost and source funding, unbudgeted expenditure of $600,000 to be funded by cash flow reserves. Administration recommended action, that council approves the unbudgeted expenditure of $600,000 for the purchase of an oil distributor trailer to be funded by cash flow reserves.
Thank you. Any Deputy Reeve Scarson?
So, explain this to me a little bit in more layman's terms. So basically, you'd be able to just oil roads again where you were doing dust control, like MG30 and stuff like that?
So this would be for cold mix, sorry, through Reeve to Deputy Reeve Scarson. This would be for oiling roads, so if we want to rejuvenate a road right now, if we have a cold mix road that's reaching the end of its life, if we add a little bit of oil and remix, we could expand that life versus mixing in the yard. When you're adding more material, the more you add, the higher your road gets, the narrower your road gets, right?
So you wouldn't do it on a gravel road?
So it would be possible, yes, you can also do brand new roads. So if you have sufficient material there, gravel, or if you have to bring a little more, you can still build a cold mix road with this distributor. You could add your oil right on site.
So you would just basically, this would allow you to just do all this on site?
Yes.
Whether it's cold mix or fresh gravel or even an older road with gravel.
Yeah, so whether you're rejuvenating a road or you're looking at redoing a brand-new cold mix road, it's the same piece of machinery.
All right.
Thank you. Any other questions or, yeah? Oh, sorry, didn't see you. Counselor Crick, thank you, Ben.
No, I didn't have any questions. I like the idea of doing this. I like the idea of fixing our cold mix roads and getting more done. And I think it's, in the long run, it's going to be a cost savings to us. So I'll make a motion that we approve the purchase. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Crick, for making this motion. The council approves on budget expenditure in the amount of $600,000 for the purchase of an oil distributor trailer to be funded by the cash flow reserves. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? Yes, Counselor Slipchuk.
I know we talked about this last council, but you guys discussed, we discussed about purchasing oil. You'll be purchasing oil locally and getting a reduced rate from our energy contractors here?
Through the reef, Councillor Slipchik, yes, we purchase it locally, and we get a consistent rate.
Okay. And when you mentioned rejuvenate an existing oil road where you'll be able to work it up and then apply the oil, how many more years do you think you'll get off that road by doing this application this way and that?
Through the reef to Councillor Slipchik, depends how long the road has been in place. Some roads that we've road mixed in the past have lasted, 13 years. So it's all depends on the base. If you can prevent the moisture from going to the surface, your road can last a long time.
So another point is, have you spoken with our industry, the industry about replacing maybe cold mix sections with this as well, where they can contribute, because they wouldn't have to be contributing that MG30 every year then?
We haven't reached out to them yet until we could confirm that we were getting this piece of equipment.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fadeev.
Yeah, I had this conversation with Mr. Lenko in the past, and I'm very confident that his ability about coal mixing is right on point. I've had stuff that we did a rip and relay on, and that's has failed in less than 2 years. This process is done right, and I stand behind it.
Thank you. Yeah, Deputy Reeves Scarson.
Like I mentioned earlier, I would like to see administration look to see if it was something planned in the ERP for this as well, because I think we've had this in the past as well, right? So just be a bit better funded out of there, that's all, so.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay. If there's no other discussion, I'll call for the vote.
All in favor?
All in favor? Man, 11, sorry about that. Carried. On to 9.3.3.
I have a RFD for Municipal Road Development and Construction Standards Amendment. Infrastructure Services requesting to create an additional classification of road to the Municipal Road Development and Construction Standard that is referenced in Policy 4A.001, Road Construction and Development Policy. The addition will be Class 7 non-standard road. A non-standard road is any roadway that does not meet the applicable design, construction, or safety standards established by authorities such as Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors, Transportation Association of Canada, or the MD's Municipal Servicing Standards and/or policy. A non-standard road may be permitted or accepted within the MD where full compliance is impractical, cost prohibitive, or unnecessary due to context, providing that the appropriate risk mitigation, example maintenance, and legal obligations are in place. No costs are associated with the adoption of this classification of road to the standards. We would communicate this via the MD website. And the administrative recommended action is that the council approve the addition of a Class 7 non-standard road to the Municipal Road Development and Construction Standards.
Thank you. Councillor Fadeev.
Yeah, thanks. I know this has been a contentious, subject, some different opinions out there. And I'm in favor of this policy, but, you know, on the liability side, whoever wants to answer, are we covered with this type of road in the future? I know it kind of says that in the description, but I just want to clarify that. And after your clarification, I would make the motion to go ahead with this.
To the Reeve, to Councillor Fadiev, I can't really answer the, if we're covered. Ben, will you?
If I may, Acting General Manager, to all of council, without a doubt, the Reeve and the councillor that asked the question. At this point, our legal has no concerns or issues. They've reviewed it more than once, and we're not the only municipality that use this select non-standard roads at a very low impact or risk. A majority of the times, this type of road is to a dead end of one ratepayer, so legal has no concerns at this point.
Sounds good. I'll make the motion and go ahead with this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fadea, for making this motion that council approves a Class 7 non-standard road as presented to be added to the municipal road development and construction standards. Any discussion? I see Councillor Slipchik.
Yeah, I got a couple questions. This Class 7 road, I believe it's gonna, well, it's not a question, comment, but I believe it's gonna open up a lot of opportunities for people wanting to build on road now. It's just, this will be acceptable by their mortgage companies, you believe, this road standard that we're putting in for people to put a home out on a dead end or an access, like not having to do the main road like we had to. And then there was a road that we did in Councillor Kriviak's area last year. What kind of standards did we use for that, in that road bounce?
Through the Reeve, to Councillor Slipchik, that was a legacy issue. All we did was we cleared the brushing. It was grown in.
Okay.
There was one bad hole. We put some gravel in there, so we just maintained it to what it was. But that would allow us, if you read in Appendix A, there's some examples of it. Legacy issue is one of them. We've recently had an application where there's been a road there for 40-some years. Technically, there's not legal access to it, and so the road, it's to a campground. It would make, in my opinion, to 0 cents to be upgrading this road to our minimum currently is a Class 6. You'd do a bunch of ripping and you wouldn't make the road any better. It's a seasoned road. It's been there, like I said, for a lot of years. It doesn't have ditches. We also have roads in our municipality that would fall under this now that are under our care, custody, and control. Some trails to some lakes in the area and so on and so forth. So we still do maintain the right. If somebody was building a home, we would likely request a Class 6 road, which is a 3 to 4 meter road with some ditches and, established drainage. We're not just gonna let them, because this exists, let them do whatever they want. We still have to use some good judgment when we determine what road they would have to build, as well as oil companies and stuff, when they're doing a road that's shared with our public, we've determined that it has to be a minimum width for the safety of our ratepayers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? No, who made that motion? Yeah, already read that out, I believe. If there's no more discussion, all those in favor? That's carried, thank you. Just 1 second. The names of the councillors aren't coming up on the screen for me. Are you guys writing them in or something went down again?
They're recording them because the software is down. We're not able to put them.
Oh, so it seemed like they were, okay, I'm just making sure. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that. I just had to make sure on that. 9.3.4.
So this is, as per the aforementioned RFD, policy number 4A.001, road construction and development policy amendment. With the council adoption of a new classification of road, Class 7, non-standard road, infrastructure services is bringing back policy 4A.001, road construction and development policy, to amend the standard section in the policy to add 12 Schedule L, specification for local road, Class 7, non-standard road. This amendment is to update the policy with the current standards approved by council. And we recommend the council adopts amending policy C-4A.001 road construction and development policy as presented.
Okay, thank you. Would someone like to make that motion? Yeah, Councillor Kraviak, thank you for making that motion that council adopts amending policy number C-4A.001 road construction and development policy as presented. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? Okay, I'm seeing none. I'll call, all those in favor without the computer? Carried. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, great job. We're gonna take a 5-minute recess here for a second. Thanks. Okay, thank you. Welcome back. We're going to 9.4.1.
Okay. Good morning, Reeve and Council.
Morning.
On February 11th, Mrs. Bellamy presented to Council as a delegate on behalf of the Clayton Bellamy Foundation of the Arts, asking to be added to the list of approved organization for the Community Association Operating Grant Policy 3C.011, which is attached in your appendix. With regards to the discussion benefits, disadvantage, and options, you'll see that it just outlines that the Strathcona Performing Arts Center is a 340-seat theater centralized at the high school, operated by the foundation, and it opened its doors to the public in 2025. They've listed their budgetary expenses, both operational and maintenance, as you can see below, to the yearly cost of about just over $101,000. Administration is requesting Council's decision to whether to include the Clayton Bellamy Foundation of the Arts as an approved eligible community association under policy 3C.011 for 2025. Should Council choose to proceed with the addition, administration will require clarification of the funding level Council wishes to allocate to the foundation, as well as the funding source for the year. If we go over to the cost and source of funding, so the current eligibility is $570,000 based on the policy. So the additional potential sources of funding for 2025 could be the cash flow reserves, council giving budget, or the Community Action Grant Reserve Fund. Clayton was here earlier, but unfortunately he's stuck in a meeting now. But his concern is that, you know, he should be under the halls, which is up to $15,000. Administration's recommendation action is that council approves including the Clayton Bellamy Foundation of the Arts to the list of approved eligible community associations under policy number 3C.011, Community Association Operating Grant Policy, to a maximum grant of $5,000 annually, and further directs administration to draft an amendment to the policy effective for 25-26.
Thank you. Comments, or someone like to make a motion? Go ahead.
You might not know this offhand, but someone might. Did we ever fund when it was the Vic Jube there years ago? Do you know?
I'm not aware, but I can get back to council on that.
What was it called before? The Victor, or Lyle Victor there, yeah. We never did?
Just.
I don't remember us, no.
Furthermore, council, I did connect with Renee, the GM of Corporate Services with the town, and they did give money to the capital investment of the foundation, but have not given any money to the operational costs.
Councillor Fadeev, then Deputy Reeve Scarson, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's, they're providing lots for the community as a whole. And I think, you know, $5,000 will definitely help them out. I'm not in favor of the hall funding. There's a lot of other communities that are doing the same thing, and it's not. So I'm okay with the $5,000, and I'd like to make the option, the motion for option 1.
Thank you, Councillor Fadeev, for making this motion that council approves, including the Clayton Bellamy Foundation for Arts to the list of approved eligible community association under policy number 3C011, Community Association Operation Grant Policy, to the maximum grant of $5,000 annually, and furthermore directs administration to draft up amendment to the policy effective for 2025-2026. Any discussion on this? Councillor Crick, and then Deputy Reeve Scarson, did you have something?
I'm just looking at the numbers here. I'm seeing budgeted expenditures, but it doesn't show anything in our package here for the income of the facility, because I know there is they do have revenue there as well.
Yes, through the Reeve to Councillor Crick. As they've only been operating from 2025, they don't have an audited financial statement yet, but we can definitely ask for more clarification with the events that they have had in the facility to what that revenue looks like.
Okay. And then one other comment, and I'm not saying this in favor or in opposition, but just a point of interest. There's a lot of people that own ATVs in the MD, and I don't know if we're gonna start subsidizing just people's personal recreation, because that's what it is. This is for recreation in a sense. Just a point of interest.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Scarson?
Yeah, no, that's kind of a bad example. There's a ton of recreation experiences that we do fund, but, no, I was just gonna make a motion, but,
Okay, I
right
think
now,
it's
so.
made. Sorry,
One
Councillor
more,
Slipchik?
sorry, one more item would be to the clarification whether this would include funding for this year out of alternative sources or moving forward for the 26 operational, which we would put into budgetary.
Thank you, Councillor Slipchik.
No, I just want to say, like, you mentioned about the halls, like, same funding as the halls at 15,000 a year. This is like a hall, like, we got a lot of residents who are using this place from young to old, and I think we gain a lot of value out of it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fadeev.
Yeah, I mean, the halls don't charge 25 or 75 or $100 entry fee. The halls, you know, most of them are volunteer based, and most of the things that you go to they have zero costs in them. So I think it's a lot different. If the halls were charging the amount of money, maybe, you know, we wouldn't give them 15,000, maybe we'd drop down to 5. But I think, you know, it all has its place. These guys are doing a great job, and I want to wish them, you know, success. They're working hard, and I think, you know, the $5,000 goes a long ways.
Thank you, Councillor Slipchik.
A lot of these halls were built years ago before all this high cost too. Like, and that's pretty nice facility, chairs, all that, and that takes a lot of maintenance too. So I believe this would help a lot with their maintenance costs, maybe being prepared for any replacement cost they have to do.
Councillor Fadeev.
Yeah, if we see their audit like next year, I think it'd be interesting to see what that looks like. But going forward, it looks really good, and they're I think they're almost been sold out most of their performances. So yeah, the community is definitely supporting them.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Yeah,
So
go ahead.
I was just saying, so did we decide, or is that for this year, or is it going forward? Yeah, I don't have any issue with that either, and honestly, I mean, if they come back this time next year and we kind of have a better look of how they're operating and all this stuff, I think we can make a better decision, so.
Thank you, Councillor Swaggart.
No, the same comment, just I think it's okay to give it to him this year, to start it this year.
Okay, and everybody's under understanding that'll be for this year, off this motion? Thank you.
Your worship.
Yeah, go
Just
ahead.
the source of funding for clarification. Once again, there is $82,750 left in the council giving budget, cash flow reserve fund. So it'd just be the source of funding where we'd want that to come out of.
Who made this motion again? Okay, would you like the funding out of your motion?
The two options that I see would fit best would be the council giving budget or the, cash flow reserve fund.
Thank you. Councillor Crick, then.
Yeah,
Sorry, Ben, I shut you off. Councillor Crick?
To Ian here, you mentioned that we have 82 or 83,000 in council giving?
82,750 remaining. What I saw on the systems yesterday.
Last council meeting here, we approved an additional 50,000 because we'd run out. So I'm shocked to hear that we have 82 in there. Maybe the CEO can check into that for us. I don't think it's going to affect our vote here anyways. We can carry on. I think it just, I would like to find out the answer to that.
So as of June 19th, there was an additional payment that went out, so we are down to $57,750.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on this motion? All right, all those in favor? That's carried, thank you. 9.5.1.
Hello.
Morning.
I have a request from the Bonneville and District Family and Community Support Services today. Administration received a letter from the Bonneville and District Family and Community Support Services, FCSS, requesting each municipality to assume responsibility for the costs of their appointed representatives to attend the annual conference in Edmonton. The Bonneville FCSS is seeking this support from each municipality to attend the annual conference, which is indicated in the letter attached as Appendix A. The FCSS has historically covered these costs, but cite increasing fiscal pressures and their ongoing commitment to protect and prioritize community programming as making it more challenging to cover these costs. The Bonneville FCSS received a total of $347,898 in funding for 2025 between the province and the MD. And the FCSS estimates the cost per attendee, including registration and subsistence costs, to be approximately $1,525 per attendee, totaling just under $4,600 per municipality if they sent all three appointed representatives. The 2025 MD operating budget includes a set amount of registration and travel costs per counselor. However, there were no funds budgeted to cover an MD appointed member at large to attend the conference or travel. As mentioned, the letter from the FCSS is attached as Appendix A for council's reference. Costs and sources of funding. The source of funding for costs for the appointed members of council, like I mentioned, could be their respective conference, registration, and travel budgets. The source of funding for costs for the appointed member at large could come from council's grants to individuals and non-government organizations budget, the Community Action Grant Reserve, or cash flow reserves. Costs for 2026, should council choose to approve the request, could just be built into the annual operating budget for the municipality. Administration's recommended action, we're just looking for direction today from council, that council approves the request by the Bonneville and District FCSS to assume responsibility for the costs associated with either all or a certain amount of attendees for MD appointed members of the board attending the annual conference, with funding for the members of council to come from their respective budgets, and that council approves an unbudgeted expenditure in the amount of $1,600 for the MD appointed member at large to attend, to be funded from the source of funding at council's discretion.
Thank you, Councillor Fadiev.
Yeah, just I'm a little confused by the ask. I mean, we fund the organization as it is, and it's something that, I guess, a question for, for you guys. Coal Lake has never had the ask, because we belong to two FCSS, and we belong to City Coal Lake one and here. It was just part of their budget process, so I'm not sure where that veered off to. They want us to be there, and we've always done the kilometers and everything else that the MD has paid, and then the district has always paid for this. So I'm just confused by why they wouldn't budget for this.
Thank you, Councillor Crevier.
Yeah, through the roof, thank you. So in the past, did the MD pay for the two councillors sitting on that board?
I don't know for sure, but the letter from the FCSS indicates that historically they have covered the costs for the board to attend. So It's my own interpretation, but I took that as them covering the costs for everyone, including the members of council. But I could be wrong.
Yeah.
They always have, for sure.
I believe
When I sat on that board, they did.
the MD did?
No, the FCSS.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. So now they want funding for all three. I guess they're having, as part of doing the FCSS meeting, budgetary, I guess, restraints. So just to see if the MD would support funding instead of FCSS. The other thing that could happen is just have to limit a number of people going to that conference if the MD doesn't support that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Crick.
Yeah, so for Councillor Fadeev, does the Cold Lake FCSS, they cover all the expenses for the members to go to conference?
Councillor Fadeev.
Yeah, they do. They're always, I've just been claiming my mileage, but, you know, I didn't want to go through theirs, but they were even offered, you know, to do that as well, right? So it's just part of, when they budget for so many people to attend, knowing that some people are going to drop off. And I haven't attended for the last 2 years, but yeah, it's always out there, and they're willing to pay for it. So it should be part of it. So if they're encouraging you to pay, to be there, I think they should be part of the budget. I mean, restraints or not, that should have been discussed at budget with Bonnyville FCSS, not bring it at this time, right? So. Yeah, just like we always do for everything, but not the actual entry fees of the 1,500 and whatever it is, but.
Okay.
I'd say, that we send it back to them saying that we're not okay with this.
Okay, make a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that, motion number 3, that council denies the request by Bonnyville and District Family and Community Services to assume the responsibility of the costs of the MD of Bonnyville appointed members.
Okay, thank you. I'll wait for that to come up on the screen. There we go. Thank you, Councillor Fadeev, for making the motion that council denies request by the Bonnyville District Family and Community Support Services to assume responsibility for costs associated with the MD of Bonnyville appointed members of the board attending the annual Family and Community Support Services Association of Alberta FCS SAA conference. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? I'm not seeing any. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Just a side note.
1 second.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just a side note, there was an FCSS AA meeting at the Métis Crossing, and Cold Lake paid for me to attend, but the MD paid for the mileage and the room. So it's the same thing, right? They paid for you to be there. They want you to be there as a representative. We were there, and so yeah, it's not that they're absorbing all the cost. If they want us to be at an event, then it
Okay,
should be that.
thank you for that. 9.5.2. Yes, go ahead.
Today, I am bringing to council a request to change the appointment of our substitute returning officer for the 2025 municipal election. Council appointed the returning officer and substitute returning officer for the election on January 28, 2025. Due to unforeseen circumstances beyond their control, the current substitute returning officer is unable to fulfill the RO duties at this time, and administration is seeking council approval to revoke this appointment and appoint a new substitute returning officer today. As per the Local Authorities Election Act, council may appoint an RO for a municipal election and must appoint a substitute RO for the purposes of conducting the municipal election, and these appointments must be done on or before June 30th of an election year. Administration consulted with Municipal Affairs and confirmed that council could withdraw the existing appointment and reappoint a new person as the substitute RO, since the change is occurring prior to the June 30th deadline. To help ensure the necessary availability and support required from the role throughout the remainder of the year, administration is requesting that council withdraw the current appointment and reappoint Kelsey Lay as the substitute returning officer for the Municipal District of Bonnyville, 2025 municipal election effective immediately.
Thank you. Someone like to make a motion? Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Subject, for making this motion that council withdraws the appointment of Charity Croker as a substitute returning officers for the Municipal District of Bonnyville 2025 municipal election and reappoints Kelsey Lay in accordance with the Local Authorities Election Act effective immediately. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? Okay, all those in favor? That's carried. Who's Kelsey Lay? All right, on to 10. Yes.
Good morning, Reeve and Council. I'd like to bring to your attention item number 10, correspondence and information. We have 16 items, but more importantly, I'd like to bring to your attention is 10.9. An email from Cold Lake Hearts for Healthcare, a thank you and support note. Addition to that, 10.15, a letter from Bonneville Senior Citizens Society thanking you again. Again, we had 16 items, and that's all for administration, bringing you up to speed on correspondence and information.
Deputy Reeve Scarson.
Yeah, could I get the CEO to send out invites for next week? I don't know if are we doing the parades or pancake breakfasts or any of that kind of stuff? I haven't heard nothing about any of that stuff, so. I did about the pancake breakfast, but are we doing a float in Cold Lake and Bonnyville? Is there a ceremony in each? I know that usually we get an invite to the Cold Lake.
There's one in Cold Lake.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. And then I know that there's something at the museum in Bonnyville at 1. Yeah. But it'd be nice to kind of get on top of all that stuff. All right.
Administration is happy to send out those invites.
Thank you. Anybody else? Someone like to make a motion? Yeah, thank you. 1 second here. Thank you, Councillor Crick, for making this motion. The council accepts the following correspondences information 1 through 16. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. On to reports from members of council. Whoever would like to go first. Councillor Crick.
Had a chamber board meeting at Chamber of Commerce. There was mostly just preparation for the oil and gas show, which I think went really well. I also attended the oil and gas show, talked to a bunch of the vendors there, and they said it was very beneficial for them, so that was good. Attended the RMHC, Ronald McDonald House Charity Golf Charity in Cold Lake, and thank you, Councillor Sipchik, for getting me on a team. I showed up just before the golfing started, and I was about to go home, and he found a team for me to join, so I stayed there until the rain came. Attended the staff safety lunch, and I think that's about it for me this time. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Swaggart.
C2 board meeting last night. We kind of had a quick look at the new C2 agreement. The new CAO from the town of Bonnyville is, I think, going to reach out to our CAO and have a kind of a further discussion. I've been working a little bit with Ian Frankton on that agreement. He still needs a bit of work. And then the other one, just so everybody does know, the town of Bonnyville did purchase the Nelson Lumberyard and buildings, and so we'll end up doing something with that maybe as part of the C2. That's it.
At a Alberta Winter Games meeting there last week, and things are rolling along there nice. They're going to really start doing a volunteer campaign pitch here at the end of summer, I think. So that's coming up, and it sounds like they're starting to get things squared away with all the venues and everything. So it's coming along nicely. And I did a grad ceremony at École de Beaulac. Mostly it was in French, so I just stood there looking pretty. But other than that, I made a quick speech, and it was good. So I actually learned a little bit of French to do some of it in French. So yeah, but I forgot all already. So don't ask me.
Oui.
Oui, oui.
All right. Councillor Kraviak.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Yes.
I went to the Hive's third birthday grand opening. Hive is mainly to help youth 14 to 21 years old. They have an awesome building here in Main Street. I went to the RMHC golf tournament, played 8 or 9 holes. Then it rained and it was called off because of lightning. I went to the opening ceremonies of the Bonneville Oil and Gas Show, Lakeland Lodge and Housing. There's no more COVID in the Bonnie Lodge. Everything's okay there now. They have 3 vacancies. Cold Lake have none. Things are going okay. Industry liaison meeting we had talked about dust control, proper way for the application to go on, cleanup of tracked mud on MD roads, new locations, minimum road requirements. Briefly talked about the airport as well. Nothing much there. And went to the Greater North Foundation meeting yesterday in Calling Lake. So that was quite a drive. And things are going okay there. Went through a business plan basically, and yeah, it was all good. Thank you.
Councillor Fidev.
Yeah, C2 meeting, Councillor Swigert covered that. Also, grad at École Voyageur. Again, we kind of talked about some of the different programs that they have out, and they're starting their kids a little more proactive of getting out there with industry. So that was really great to see, and it was kind of a surprise, good surprise. Caltex Barbecue, well, you guys were opening those for Oil and Gas Show. We were at Caltex, seemed like a pretty good group. All 20 of their head guys from Calgary came down for it. So again, it's not just a company that's operating out of Calgary in these big offices, but they're actually on the ground and I guess listening to all their stakeholders. And then the Oil and Gas Show, had a chance to attend that as well. That was good. Thanks.
Councillor Slipchuk.
He attended the opening ceremonies at the Bonneville Golf and Country Club for the Oil and Gas Show. There was a lot of people there. Wonderful meal. And then I attended the Oil and Gas Show at the C2 Center with a lot of vendors. Looked like a good turnout. I attended the Lakeland Lodge and Housing meeting in Cold Lake. Everything's going good there. Not very many vacancies. And also attended the industry liaison meeting. And a lot of activity coming up in the area. And also we discussed about 460 North Road, the curves just north there, about doing something there, reduce the speed limit there because there have been a couple fatalities there. So we're looking at options, what we could do. So we're going to start off with reducing the speed limit. Just north of the quarry, about 4 miles would be.
Yeah, first curve by Rocky Top. Everyone knows that as the Rocky Top corner.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Probably a little less than 4.
Yeah, 3. Yeah.
3.
Just would like to say congratulations to Quentin as the new CEO of Town of Bonneville, and looking forward to us working all together and better for the whole community.
Nice touch there.
Thank
Very good. Did BCHS grad. One thing I wanted to say to the people that put it on is it's nice that we get to speak directly to the grad class and to the, to the people that are there. These video things on the side are they're not as personable, so I like it a lot better when you get to speak right to the class. I had a meeting with MLA Scott Sear in the city of Cold Lake with the mayor and the CAO. We talked to Minister Nicolaides, I think, if I said that right. Did I say that right? Nicolaides, right? Yeah. And we're talking about childcare in the city of Cold Lake and surrounding areas. We're just kind of missed the mark on one thing there, and they shut a few programs down. So we're just advocating for the area. Oil gas show, we opened it up at the golf. Donnie spoke on that. I think it was, didn't do very good golfing, but Darcy here, he was our ringer and he brought us through. So without Darcy, we'd have been done. Yeah, the mayor did like a 3, she got a birdie on a hole with 3, what, number 7 or number 8? Yeah, she did it all on her own, so we gotta give credit to Elisa, she pulled us through on that hole. But I have to say Darcy pulled us through the rest of the holes. We had the MD Industrial Liaison meeting, I think that went well, you guys commented already. I did fail really badly here on the Glendon Grad. I got injured on a ball game, and I looked through my things and I knew I had something, but I had all this stuff on my, and I missed it. So I'll be taking a trip out to Glendon today to do something. I don't know. I missed the grad, so I really failed there. Had an injury, but no excuse. I could have let somebody else know, but I just didn't pick it up. And then we had a C2 board meeting last night, and you guys talked about that quite a bit already, so thank you. Great job. What do I need now? I need to go to closed session then. I need a motion. Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Yeah.